Peter Kitron Okaknere vaste unicila pelotron kashela hechele takukuli kokte kilena unkigelustan kiuha hovonjila unstan unchin pelotron kashela ona kelewana sichan royate ki oskatima ukiletron kashela leja chesna tu tiwahe wajishna waki pilotron kashela chahena lea petukena ija Hawaii chekina we chose on the waste we chak o tronkashela no keja le hina jonkele le ampetu con keja woke na we chose on the waste we ni chila pelo tronkashela na le ampetu kelena on shia hoalo na meje ho metake o yasin
We have a few that are requesting to be excused. Norman Running, Senior, Michael Underman, Sherry Wright Plank, Steve Brave, Lisa Whitepipe. Any other requests to be excused? Okay, Sarge has to leave at noon, doctor's appointment.
Itrancha, I may have to leave about 1:30 or 2. I have to do some business, just to let you know.
Okay, if that's it, I'll need a motion to approve the excuses. Martha, second by Fremont, question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
Stan?
Oh.
Dara?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Wow.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. We have agenda approval. Today on the agenda, council, we have our honorings at 10 a.m. It's going to be done by Tribal Ed. I don't see any people here from Tribal Ed. We have the casino report, gaming, and Red Coal report. And if we're done early enough, we'll probably get back on the regular agenda, if that's okay with the council. If anything else to be added to the agenda, that's not, then I'll have a motion to approve the agenda.
Chairman, where are we at on the regular?
We're halfway down. That's all I can say. We're about halfway down.
I'll make a motion to move to approve the agenda.
Motion by Donna, second by Ray, question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Online? Stan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Dara?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. That was supposed to be 12, it's one off. Okay,
Yeah, 12.
okay, council, I don't know where Tribal Ed is today, but The first thing on the agenda is our honorings. We got Donna, did you have a?
Okay.
She didn't give me
Hey,
the,
did they do that reimbursement yet? Oh,
I don't
awesome.
know, Lloyd. I don't know, Lloyd.
Damn mute anyway.
Yeah, you need to mute. Okay, we have tribal head here now. We're Rosie. We're on you guys. We're on the honorings, first thing on the agenda. So if you want to come up front, we can kind of explain what we're going to do today, and we'll do our honorings. Last year, council, we had some honorings for tribal members that received their master's, their doctorate degrees, and tribal ed would like to continue that for every year thing. So we're going to have another one this morning. We have a lot of educators here that have been educators for many years, and they were also going to be honored today for their years of service and their contributions to our children and the families.
Okay.
Yep.
Good morning. Thank you. We're happy to be here. Educators from our schools, thank you so much for being here. School leaders, thank you for working with us and partnering with us to get them here. So we're going to do two things. We're going to honor local educators who work with our children in the schools as partnership with tribal ed through the ed code and with the tribe in honoring our kids and being good relatives with us in the benefit of our children. And that's why we want to extend the ceremony. It's part of tribal ed's wanting to celebrate education in all the ways that we can in a positive light. And then we're going to honor our Lakota graduates with master's and doctorate degrees. So I think we're going to go first with the educators, and Della she's here, but she's probably trying to make her way in. And I see some of the graduates are in the parking lots and they're trying to get themselves ready. So I want to start with our educators so we can give them that time to be honored in the way that they want to be honored with their families here. So I'm going to start with, I have certificates here for all the educators that we asked to be here. And we have booklets to share out with council. We'll give one to all of the participants. So let me start with that so that our leaders can see who the people are. And what we did was we added pictures. I'm sorry, so rude to be talking with my back. I apologize. What we did was we put pictures and some information about each of them in there. They let us know what information that they want to share with you all. That's what we put in there. A few of our educators were honored through their individual schools. So we used that honoring as part of ours. So some of the write-ups you'll see will be from the schools. They'll be there. We have gift bags for our participants. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hold off on those to give them out to you afterwards, just because the name tags aren't working with us. So I want to make sure we get everybody to get a gift bag. So I will start. I will just start calling up names, and what we're going to ask educators if you can come up, stand up here, so I can make some chairs, and then you can go around and handshake. And then I'll start handing out bags. And then at that point, Della will bring out the bags. Okay, so there's no order here. I'm just gonna call your names. Chris Mosner. Chris Mosner, hi. Thank you. Chris Mosner is the middle school assistant principal for Todd County, and has been working with the district for quite some years, starting out as a teacher. Very professional. Okay, so he's been with the district for quite a long time. Lima Leader Charge. So Lima, you all know Lima. I don't think there's anything I can say other than thank you. Chris, well, Karen Howard. And so to be quite honest with you, for as much as I'm in the schools, in all of the schools, some of these faces are new to me. I apologize. They won't be anymore.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Sunny Elliott. Corey Leonard. Lauren Carrier. So Lauren Carrier was with our department as a lead policy fellow for 9 months. And so we are honoring her to our department. She wasn't able to be here today. Lori. Now, oh, I'm so sorry. Did you say it?
Had a bad hand.
Thank you. I apologize. She's with St. Francis. And then the last one we have is Spring Creek School. So we did an honoring for a school building, and she was going to send 4 teachers down to receive the honor. So Spring Creek was part of a school-wide redesign initiative, working as a cohort with Transcend for a full year. And as a school and a community, if I'm not wrong, they were able to put in place things that were kind of just internal to the school and broadened it out and included the community and the parents come in as part of their morning routine. So this is just the first year. They're going into their second year. So the principal, they wanted to honor their entire building. So we gave the school a certificate to honor their work and thinking about what's best for our Lakota children and their community towards that work. So Spring Creek. Oh, I have one more. Sorry. Bailey Denoyer. Officer Denoyer, I apologize. He is also with the school district. So I don't know Officer Denoyer personally, but what I do know is my daughters come home and talk about what a great person he is and how safe they feel when he's around. So I hear a lot of comments, positive comments about Officer Denoyer and the work that he does with the district. So these are our educators. Thank you for giving us the space and time, and I will move out of the way. Thank you.
Also, I'd like to say a few words on with some of these people that are standing up here. I've worked with them for many years. Carrie, Chris, Lima, Chris Leno. Bailey was one of my wrestlers. I was his coach. He was always a bully to me, so I kind of hated him. But yeah, I worked with all these people up here, and I really am very proud of all the things they have done for our people here, our kids, our families. They came here, they stayed. Some of them came here, they stayed. They invested their lives here, and they raised their families here. I'm very proud of them, and I wish you guys luck in your future, and hope you guys are already getting ready for retirement. But it's been that long. And Chris Mosner, he's been a teacher at Rosebud Elementary for many years, and he moved on his way up into getting his education administration degree and became a principal. So Lima's the same way. She's working on her master's degree to become an administrator. Chris, I think he has his master's already. Carrie, I don't know if you ever got your master's in education, but they all put their time and effort into our kids here, and I really do appreciate them as being the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. I'm really thankful for these people that are standing up here today. There are heroes for as far as our kids are concerned. They are the real heroes of the Rosebud Reservation. So thank you guys for all your dedication and your years of service to our people here in the tribe. So thank you. Stephen.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, educators, for coming. Education is so important, and it's good to be a part of this honoring. I was blessed enough to receive some education from the people standing here. Bailey is my youngest brother, and we're very, very proud of him. He does a lot, and he's my personal hero. I'm very proud of him. He's, again, my youngest brother, and we're direct descendants of Chief Spotted Tail, and that makes us very proud. Thank you.
All right. Behave yourself. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Carrie. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Lima. Rosie, are you going to do the recognize the other ones before we do? Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Della Spotted-Tail. I'm the higher education coordinator for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And today we wanted to honor some of our tribal members that received their masters and doctorates. We wanted to congratulate them for their outstanding achievements. I'll call you up one by one. I have a frame and a gift for you, and honorarium. Tammy Valdez, Master of Legal Studies, graduated Cynthia Holmquist, Master of Social Work, Capella University. I believe she couldn't make it today. She had other prior commitments, but we wanted to recognize her at this time. Lutie Stone Davis, Doctor of Business Administration, specialized in advanced accounting from North Central University. She was unable to make it this morning, but we would like to recognize her. Jade Herman, Doctor of Education in Interpretation. Beautiful quilt was actually made by our very own Julie. and our last tribal member that received a degree. He was unable to be here today, but his name is Nicholas Metcalf, Doctor of Organizational Leadership, Policy, and Development from the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities. The drum group sing an honor song.
The rest of you that got degrees, come on up. The rest of you that got your certificates, come on up. All of them.
Thank you.
Kind of forgot to ask the families of the ones that are being recognized today if they had anything they wanted to say on behalf of their graduates. Jade, I think she got the smarts from the Herman side, so.
I don't know about that.
We're also gonna provide a meal at, I don't think it's gonna be here till 11:30, so we kind of thought we was gonna go longer with the honoring today, so if you guys can always come back and we can eat together at 11:30, so we'll break at 11:30. 12 o'clock, so, okay. Oh, go ahead, Phyllis.
I want to say congratulations to all of the graduates with their master's and doctorate. There's a lot of hard work that you put in and years of teaching. I want to say congratulations. I've taught with many of you in PDOG and also with the Todd County School District. So I'm very proud to be a part of this ceremony. And I'd also like to say congratulations to Tammy. I've known Tammy ever since she was a little girl. We used to make chocolate chip cookies together back in the day when she was in Head Start. And I've known her mother for most all my life. And they're my relatives, and I'm really proud of her. And she has her heart and her spirit in the well-being of the people. And so I want to encourage her and also tell her and with her peers and also her relatives here in this circle that she did good. She did good. And I'm really proud of her. She worked hard. I know these things are really time consuming. My goodness sakes, I can remember myself watching the sun come up and doing dissertations and theses in order to graduate. And so I want to say thank you, Wopila Panka, for everything that you're doing for our children. Wopila, thank you.
Anybody else? If not, that will conclude our honoring. Wayne, do you have?
I'd like to say thank you to everybody that your dedication and not just your dedication to your work ethic, but the education for the kids. And all of you that are advanced in your higher education for doctorals and masters, you know, you're the ones they're going to be really looking up to. But for sure, the ones that are teachers, you guys are in the trenches and you take care of the kids every day. And I just want to say thank you and for your accomplishments and your dedication.
You know, I want to commend our teachers, congratulate them on being selected for the service, the years of service that they've given to our children. Chris, I worked with Chris, I don't know where he went. Oh, there he is. I worked with Chris at Rosebud Elementary long ago when he was the 5th grade teacher. And he brought our culture into our classroom. And that was really interesting because we were one of the first classrooms to do that in the school, so school district. So that was good. So I really appreciate him staying all these years and continuing to work with our children. And that goes for all of you. You know, our children are one of our, how would you say, they're sacred. They grow into adults. They need that guidance from the teachings. So I really appreciate you guys being here. I also want to acknowledge the paras, you know, all paras in all of these schools. They all, you know, they do hard work with you. You may be the main teacher, but your paras are also the ones that, you know, work with the kids individually, and they somehow grow a bond with them. And to go on to further with our education, the ones that got their master's and their doctorate degree, I have 2 family members that got their doctorates, and that's Luti and Nick. I'm really proud of them. Nick comes from two previous council reps. One of them is my Auntie Darlene, Kills and Water, and my uncle, Verdal Metcalf. They both sat around this table. They both legislated for our people. And Nick made it a point to go forward, leave the reservation, and make better for himself, and to be able to he really did good for himself. He has a son, grandkids up there, and so it was a hard road because we didn't get to see him very much. He doesn't like coming back here, and it's just because he sees the sadness that's around here, the depression, the things that are going on, and so that's what kept him to go forward. And I wish he could have made it today, and I was hoping that he was able to get online, but that didn't happen either. So he's actually teaching classes. So with that, I really wanted him acknowledged because his parents are previous leaders here, and they legislated a lot for him. So with that, I want to say congratulations to all the graduates. I'm happy for you guys. I also want to acknowledge my nephew Bailey. He's he got into law enforcement, and he's a tender guy. I would never imagined him getting into law enforcement, but he got there, and he's on a good path. And I really appreciate that he decided to go and work with one of the schools to help with bettering our children and kind of giving them that guidance on what goes on around here. But with that, I'd like to say again, congratulations to everyone, and yay, Spring Creek School.
Oh, sure, come on up.
I just want to thank all of you. Heather's my daughter, and I want to thank Tribal Education and the tribe for honoring everyone here today. I want to thank Cindy and Della and Rosie. Thank you. And it's really a hard road, when you decide to go out to school. And I remember when I went, I thought, I'm going out there, but they're not going to change who I am. I'm from here, I know who I am, and I'm going to get that education to do the things I want to do at home. So even though I know sometimes, you think you're going out there and you hope you can't change me, it doesn't. When you make up your mind to go there, learn all you can and get what you can and bring it back and help. So that's why we go when we come back. But we also have to have a place to come back where we can give back what we live. So I thank you for this honor, and I thank you for welcoming the students that went away back. Because they need to hear that too. Right. So I really thank you for doing that, the tribal council, the tribal officials, and everyone here, and the educators that got on. It's hard, I know it is. And I know you work hard in your classrooms and everything that you do, and I thank you. Tammy worked really hard. I watched her work hard, and she's really passionate about what she learned, and she wants to share it with you whenever there's an opportunity in a good way. And she cares a lot, and through her experience too, in her work with the tribe and other organizations here in the US, so she has the experience and education to put together and share with you. So I'm really proud of her, proud of what she's done, and I know it's not been So thanks, Kelly, for doing that. And thanks, Phyllis, for what we share.
I just want to interject to let the educators here know that I really believe that you mold our future leaders that are going to sit around this table here someday. And it's important for them to know our history and where we've been and how we got to where we are today and why. To understand how to move us forward. And the degree that I have helped me understand that better. It's a master's degree in Indigenous Peoples Law. It's very unique. We covered all areas of law that have to do with Indigenous people in the world, even international law. And so I want to let you know that my state certification with the Department of Education is pending. And I would like to come into the classrooms and teach our children about those things, because I think if we're going to leave what we have left to them, they need to understand how we got here today. I think that's important. They need to understand the significance and the importance of our inherent sovereignty and what our treaties mean. And that's what I want to teach them so that they can make changes in the future that are outside of what the federal government is. And I say that as an employee of the federal government. I took an oath to uphold the Constitution. But under that Constitution, our treaties are the law of the land. And so I will always stand for our people, no matter what side I'm on. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
I just want to say one more thing. Thank everybody that's here.
Thanks, Phyllis.
Everybody that
Sure
showed up.
works.
There's some people that we invited didn't weren't able to make it, but I just want to really congratulate all you guys that worked so hard, and the educators in the schools that worked so hard for our kids. And I lastly wanted to honor our tribal president, Scott Harmon. He's a longtime educator. I've been with him since I started this job. So we want to honor you as an educator, not as a take your president hat off.
I get to sign it myself, so.
Oh, it's not a sign, but Mr. Kendall will sign it right now.
Well, thank you very much. This was kind of unexpected, kind of tearing up a little bit, but yeah, I spent a lot of time in the classroom. I spent a lot of time as an administrator, just back and forth between the tribe and the schools and stuff. So I felt I put a lot of time and effort into our kids and our families, and I really do appreciate this. Something you don't get the recognition you do when you're going through the years of teaching and stuff. Sometimes you don't get it till way later that the recognition comes, and you start feeling good about being an educator. But when I was getting my master's degree, I was told by one of the doctors that was my instructor that he said, it's easy to get a degree, but what you do with it is what counts. So I really think I did a lot with my degree, and I'm really proud to have a master's degree and be an educator as well. So thank you very much for this. It was unexpected. Thank you very much, Tribal Ed. Thank you. If that's it, we conclude, and thank you guys for all coming, and we appreciate you all. So thank you. The bigger ones are coming out though, right?
Yeah, I've got some.
Yes, all the insurance days. Full calendar. I've got big ones too. I'll bring them.
So where the multi-purpose unit? I gotta go now.
I gotta go.
Get in there.
See ya.
Nice good spot.
Oh, okay.
You guys look like cells. Good. Good one, yeah. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Guys, want to hang
Lost me in cry. I didn't expect that.
Oh, you guys are every time I'm here. So we don't know another good. She's not here. All right, good. They're gonna eat.
Okay, council, we're gonna go on with our agenda. We have report next. Mr. Broken Leg, are you ready for your report today?
Yeah.
Okay.
All good news?
That's up to your interpretation. That's good. Good morning. I first want to start out by introducing, I'll have her introduce South Carolyn Peterson, who's our CFO.
I was heartened this morning that we had, oh, certainly. Sure. I was heartened this morning that you honored education. As a non-traditional student, I myself went back to school after many years and got my MBA. And as your tribal president said, it matters what you do with it. So I hope to do great things at the casino with my degree. I'm very happy to be here, and I hope to get to know you all personally. Thank you.
Okay. This is Marcus. Most of you know who he is. He's our data analyst from marketing. He's going to go through our marketing Morning, council members and administration. July was a pretty good month for us. If you look on page 2, it goes over just the executive summary, kind of the same, fewer active members, fewer enrollments, but still an increase in SlotNet and card or coin in. Kind of reflected the same in our top 10 cities. And the trends kind of, you see the summer upswing from tourism. And as far as promotions go, we were 111,000 over our breakpoint. So moving on to page 4, look at the year over year. Again, you see the active members versus last July and enrollments were both down, but SlotNet and CoinIn both up. Next on to the top 10 cities. Again, the top 3 cities are all pretty much always the same. Kind of reflects the same general trend of the casino, fewer active players, fewer trips, but more people spending money, or more money being spent by fewer people. Going on to page 8, that'll be the start of the graphs, kind of just showing the trends. If you have any questions on any of those graphs, I can answer them. Otherwise, we can move on to the promotions analytics on page 13. Page 14 is just the daily average breakdown. And every day we went above our breakpoint, except for on Sundays. Sundays were on average 3,500 below our targeted SlotNet. But again, overall, we are 111,000 over our target SlotNet. Page 15. Page 15 is the breakdown of Sunday's promotion. And based on the analytics, there wasn't a single thing that kind of was the problem. It was a culmination of a couple of different days. Specifically the 10th and 21st or 24th, we had very low player counts. For whatever reason, very few people came those days. And then on the 10th, we had an extremely low hold percentage of 3%, which was even worse on the 31st, which was a 2% hold. So altogether, these things, adjusting for them, we would have been within, if they had been adjusted to 3-month average, it would have been only 1.73% off of our target. And again, that's carded play. If we look on page 16, that's the daily analytics. If you looked at total SlotNet, not just carded play, and there we were 303 over our target SlotNet. So that is July's promotion and marketing data. I know last month we had 4 things that were requested. Was on page 17 was the biker promotion, kind of how they've done in the past. Then we talked about the anniversary week, how they have done in the past, and then there was a little bit of a talk about local versus non-local, just some of the data that we look at. And page 18 is looking at the biker promotions specifically. We did one in 2019. There was none in 2018, none in 2020, and then in 2021. We didn't do one this year either. And if we look at the 2 years where we have the data, both years offered $10 or $20 in free play and a t-shirt. In 2019, we only had we had 55 people get shirts, and only 11 of those people got the free play, so we didn't have very active engagement. They'd come and get a shirt and then not stick around for the free play to actually gamble on the floor. So on that one, the ROI was 70 cents. Then in 2021, same thing, t-shirt and free play. Only 29 were redeemed, 29 people got shirts, and only 1 person out of that 29 played on the gaming floor. So this is why we chose not to do a biker promotion. That's because we've looked back in the past and it just hasn't got the engagement that we wanted. They'd come and get t-shirt, just not spend time on the gaming floor. So that was kind of the reasoning behind not doing one this year. Then page 19 and 20. We discussed last month how anniversary week didn't really see a whole lot of activity like you might expect. I feel like there was an anticipation of anniversary week being this huge bump in customer engagement with the casino. And throughout the 4 years that I have data for, we didn't do anything in 2020 because of COVID. We just opened back up and we weren't even doing promotions in that year in August. But the other 3 years that we have access to and actually had an anniversary week, there are some days where, or some years where the slot net might be higher, some years where player count might be higher, but it's not a consistent thing. The only one that has a bit of a positive overall week was 2018. And so you can look over these two slides here, just kind of showing that 2018 seems to be the only one where anniversary week did better than the rest of August, the rest of the weeks in August. And so on page 21, I took a look at what kind of promotions we were doing in those years, and specifically looking at 2018, what the difference was from the other years, from 2019 and 2021. And in my opinion, we're actually giving out more than that year, but the thing that was different was the cash prizes. So of course, and this is a trend we've already started switching to. We're actually not doing too many free play promotions right now because we get better engagement with cash promotions. So, and the fear was always free play keeps them on the gaming floor because they can't spend it anywhere else. The idea was before, if they get cash, they're most likely going to walk off. But we have not seen that be the case. And we've been running cash promotions on the weekends for the last 6 months. And like I said, now I think we have one day. Tuesdays are our only free day, or Tuesdays and Wednesdays are our only free play days. And we're doing really well. Again, the check situation helps with that, but I think that was the biggest reason why anniversary week in 2018 was better, was the cash prizes. And then on page 22, we talked briefly about local versus non-local players. There was an understandable troubling feeling about having more enrolled members being at the casino. As you see, the top 10 cities are all local cities. And it was kind of asked, I can't remember specifically what was asked for the local, non-local data, but we do keep track of it. I do keep track of it. And as you can see, for the most part, the non-local people are spending more money here per day when their average coin in is higher. And we do actively target non-local players. Our Facebook ads, YouTube ads, all of that, likely most of you haven't seen other than Facebook posts. And that's specifically because we're targeting people that aren't nearby. We're targeting North Platte, Sioux Falls, Rapid City, Scottsbluff, Shadron, all those areas, trying to get them to come here. So that's, again, I don't remember why we talked about non-local versus local, but just so you have an understanding, it is something we keep track of and we actively pursue. And that's all I had.
Janelle, you got a question, comment?
Thank you. I know this is not your area, but I just feel like a better job could be done with like advertising. I don't know if you've seen that, but you know, I've seen even Pine Ridges Casino, like their ads on like YouTube. They pop up on my TV if I'm using like different channels or whatever. I just feel like that could be something good as well, just to do more advertising like that, especially it's part of Nebraska. But just wanted to say that. Thank you.
If I can address that again, we don't target our YouTube ads or Facebook ads or anything for any of the tribal communities. Because again, the idea was we weren't trying to target tribal people, we're trying to target non-local people. So I know we specifically, you can set down even to a hotel, a geographic range for where you want your, we have all the hotels in Valentine targeted anytime somebody's in there and they watch a YouTube video. Our ads have a chance of popping up. Facebook ads are the same way. We just don't target the tribal community. So I think probably the reason you might be seeing theirs versus ours is obviously we're not targeting here. And they, I don't know what they are doing, but they probably have a similar strategy, but it just kind of makes sense. But just so we're that's why we don't see it here.
Jordan.
Yes, I just had a suggestion, or I heard you say that you were trying to get out more to get other communities to come in. But do you feel like maybe a part of that is our hotel, because we haven't had it renovated in a while and things like that? So I feel like when people have to travel distances, our hotel needs to kind of step it up so that way then they're wanting to stay. Most of those places are a couple-hour drive, and then to gamble and then to leave again, that's kind of tough. So we really need to get that hotel upgraded and stuff so we can target those people and have them stay a night or two.
And one more thing I forgot to mention, there were actually 4 things we talked about last month. The last one was bus programs, and we are waiting for the next BOD meeting because we put together a new bus policy. We want to get it, run it by the BOD and get their thoughts on it. It kind of goes over the whole thing. We've reached out to a few of the different places we've gone to before. Unfortunately, most of them are not interested. And for the ones that do have positive engagement, it's mostly next year, spring or summertime or end of next year so far. That's what we found. So.
Any questions? Any more questions, comments from marketing? Martha, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for coming and giving your report. What is the average cost of those cards that you guys give to the members?
That I don't know off the top of my head. I don't have that number.
Okay, because recently, this past couple weeks, sitting out there observing, you asked every one of these people that came in and cashed their checks that they had to have one of those Players Club cards. And I think a lot of it went to waste by losing money from those cards, because none of those people that cashed their checks didn't even put a dime in those machines. Maybe some did, like me. But no, I didn't see a lot of those people. They would cash their checks and walk out the door, throw their cards in the trash can. And I think that a lot of that went to waste. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
I know that was a concern. Cards, I don't think they're that expensive, and we will order 1,000 at a time, and I think it's probably less than 5,000 and they last for 6 months or more at a time. So the card, that cost is minimal. But however, like as far as the checks go, I'm sure we'll talk about that next month or even later in the meeting, since it has more to do with August. We've seen extremely positive engagement from that. Like even if like a large amount of them walked out, the slot net numbers we've seen since those checks come out is massive. Well, positive and negative on that, but so the cost is definitely offset for those cards. That's 100% sure.
Jordan, we are upgrading the hotel bit by bit. It takes quite some time to do everything in and putting more into some of the rooms.
Okay, thank you.
I want to introduce Cougar one step up. This is Cougar Nielsen. He's our IT guy, and he wanted to give you a report on something that he did with the National Indian Gaming Commission. And we'll probably want to go off the air for this.
Okay.
It's about security.
Calvin, can we go off the air, please? Thank you.
Hello, thank you for watching RST's Channel 93 and stay tuned for more local and travel content.
Thank you for tuning in to our second night of the Candidates Forum for officers in the community. We'd like to begin this activity with a prayer.
Ya kakasla lista taki ya waiting him kakasla. Ya hopla ita wa good. Ya tak kanta kai kakasla. Toda mi wo ki lali is taken kakasla uta. Ana kakake woite unique. And I was very told on the wo on. Esta celesta que casela hoyo a mitad.
Thank you.
Say the prayer for the food chief.
As I mentioned before, we have a candidates forum here, and we do have a candidate that's here in-house, and she will be running for the school board at St. Francis. And we'd like to, we'd like to welcome everybody for coming in. And tonight's was designated to be the outlying communities. And a little bit later, we'll go with announcing who the candidates for those areas are. But we will have the presentation by the candidate for the school board, Norma. Would you, to begin in this forum, you will provide your name, what your candidacy is, and what qualifies you to run for that office, and what your education, knowledge, and experience, and what the code of values that you possess that would allow you to run for that office, or what are the qualifications that you bring to that office. That's the first question that we'll have, and then we'll go on to the two other questions after you finish that, but to give you an opportunity to provide some information to the voting community. So please start.
My name is Narmajeen Leroy. Tehilapi we machiapi. Chante naped on chuspape. I originally came from Spring Creek. Mitrati Oshpari. Ki kills inside Wambly money na Leroy. I come from a strong bloodline of family. I am running for the St. Francis Indian School Board. I have 4 children attending the SFIS. I am a fluent Lakota speaker. I am the granddaughter of Madeline Kilsensite and Norma Jean Eastman Leroy. The candidacy and position I'm applying for is SFIS School Board. I'm a fluent Lakota speaker. And children attend this school at all levels, elementary, lower, upper, middle, high school, 13 years employed with the Rosebud Sioux tribe. So I'm committed to this position. I previously worked as a para-educator for the SFIS for 3 years. I am alumni of SFIS and family are alumni. What qualifies me for this seat is I just want to make a change in this school. And want to give a backbone to the parents and students. In my education, I graduated from St. Francis Indian School in 2003. And I have a lot of knowledge at this school because I'm a involving parent. I'm probably at that school almost every day. And I grew up around Lakota, so I understand, I could speak it. That's pretty much all that I have for that one. That's pretty much everything that I have.
Okay, the added questions that we have in there is, what significant issue that you would like to address when you get on the school board? And how would you address that issue? What do you think is the most important thing to look at?
One significant issue in the community would be more parent involvement, more parent education, support and helping parent give their children a good education, to be a positive in drug and alcohol role models for their kids. It would be that I would want to be by offering support and incentives so the children can continue school. More healthy eating choices, transparency with funding, incentives to encourage your year-long enrollment, encourage parent involvement, communication between staff and parents, improve the overall quality of education for students beginning in elementary and special education.
Yeah. Covering those issues, then as a closing remarks of what you would like to do, why should the people vote for you?
The people should vote for me because I want the best for their children and the parents and staff. I'm here to help support parents and students. I'm the voice for both parents, students, and staff.
Thank you for your presentation and interest in running for the school board at St. Francis Indian School. And as we move along here, this is the only candidate that we have that has come in to present at this forum, and we thank you for taking the time out of your day to come in and express your interest in running for this position. So thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
As I mentioned before, that, the forum was open for various candidates to come in. And this is for 2 school board members for St. Francis Indian School, and it is for 2-year terms. And in order to acquaint you with the candidates who are running for office, I will read the names of the individuals who are certified candidates for that position. Those two board members. The first one of the candidates is Sean Bordeaux. Norma J. Leroy, who is here to provide the presentation. Keith Horselooking Sr., Wendy Blacktail Deer, Calvin Hawkeye Wan Jr., Robert Oliver, Georgia Kills in Water, Randy Leader Charge, Sharon Swift, Bernadine Kills Plenty. And as a reminder, these candidates will be running in the election on August 25th, 2022. And they will be running in conjunction with the community officer candidates in each of the community centers. So that provides you with a listing of the candidates. It's also of interest that you be aware the different candidates are running for different positions, and I will read the names of the candidates that are running for different offices in the communities. For the Black Pipe community, for the president, we have Gerald Eaglebear that is running for office. For the Bull Creek community, for president, we have Ted Eaglestar. Vice President, Scott Harson. For treasurer, Wilma Robertson. Butte Creek. Running for Butte Creek Community President is Evestine Cowboy Wright. And for the treasurer, there's no listed candidate in that area. For the Carn Creek area, for the treasurer, we have Alberta O. Lodge. Grass Mountain, the candidates for president are Terry Stone, Valencia Beth Sissy Red Hawk Guru, Rita Means. For vice president, Nicole Stone, Doris Farmer. For the secretary's position, Barbara McCloskey. And for treasurer, Stanley Rogers. For the Hidalgo community, the candidates are for president, Viola Wan, Rondell J. Whipple. For vice president, Sherry Lafferty. Horse Creek community, the candidates are Rachel Antwine, Paul Hawkus, and Wilma Janice. For vice president. Ideal community, for the presidential office, Rachel Andrews, Ron Hyrock Jr. For vice president, the candidate is Yvette Ironheart. Melks Camp community, the president is the candidate for the president is Charles Bullbear. The treasurer is Sherman Jim Marshall II. Oak Creek community, the candidates for president are Cecilia Fasthorse, Melanie Nightpipe, Vice President Danny Grant Jr., Ring Thunder, the president Angel Eagle Cloud, Vice President Jennifer Sierra, Marjorie Lunderman. For secretary, the candidate is Summer Valandra. For treasurer, Rain K. Eagle Cloud, and Twyla Moran. The candidates in the Soldier Creek community for president are Tamalon Wilcox, Calvin Jones III, Rhonda Blacklands. For vice president, Timothy Blacklands. Secretary, Laney Eaglepipe. The treasurer candidate is Tennille Burning Breast. For Spring Creek Community, the candidates for president are Verlin C. Walking Eagle and Carlene R. Marshall. Swift Bear Community, the candidates are for vice president Josephine M. Ryan, Zizi Wee, Karine D. Nightpipe. For secretary Skylar Krogman, treasurer Cassandra Bearheels. Two Strike Community, for president Edward One Star Senior, for vice president Ida Marshall. Uppercut Meat, candidates for president are Mary Standing Elk, Lance Neck Jr. Those are the outlying communities. And last night's forum, we had a number of candidates that came in and made presentations. But for the candidates for the Antelope community are Melinda Yellow Eagle, Gary Emery, Brianne Herman. For vice president, Mary Guru, leading crowd, Amanda Antwine. For secretary, Michelle Shelley Wright Menard and Leandra Blacksmith. For the treasurer of Antelope Community, the candidate is Tennille Selwyn, Brenda Antwine, Shannon Shaw, and Jasmine Klum. For president of the Parmalee Community, the candidates are Louis E. Young, Melvin Shot with Two Arrows Jr., and Stephanie Nightpipe. For vice president, the candidates are Leah Running Bear, Archie Brown Jr., Alicia Big Crow Young. The secretary candidates are Christine Highpipe and Taylin Rose Guru. For treasurer, the candidates are Ramona Straight and Rowena Knox Ron. Rosebud Community, the candidates for president are Dina Hawkes, Llewellyn Titter Wright, Calvin Sully Jr., William B.B. Long III. For vice president, the candidates are Danielle M. Burnett, Taylor R. Burnett, Fanil Long Denoyer, Season Sunhawk, and Caroline Leroy. For secretary, the candidates are Brittany Gordon and Alicia A. Hernandez. For treasurer, the candidates are Yvette DeCory and Karen Wright. For St. Francis Community, the candidates for president are Anthony Shorty Bordeaux Jr., Joanna M. Brave, Daryl E. Barrow, Raina Joy Tulance, Bonnie J. Harryshirt. The vice president candidates are Willard Henry Sr., Lisa Shaw, John Yellowhawk. For secretary, the candidates is Tanya Fullbull. For treasurer, the candidates are Kathy Arkhorn, Madonna Barrow, Andrea Eaglepipe. Those are the candidates that have for the various offices in the communities. So the election, for this election, the tribal general election for these candidates, the polls will open on August 25th, 2022, opening at 8 a.m. and closing at 7 p.m. The locations for your voting will be at the community buildings. So we hope that we've provided some information in terms of providing you with information on who the candidates are. And we encourage you all to vote. The community elections are the first line of officers that are elected in each community of the Rosebud Reservation. So thank you for taking the time to watch our show, and if there's additional information that will be presented at a later date. So again, thank you for taking the time to watch our presentation of the candidates. So thank you very much.
And Petu Washteshi Chungo Yate. This is President Scott Herman here wishing you a happy Rosebud Fair weekend. I want to emphasize safety this year as we remember those we have lost to COVID-19. Although everyone is excited about their ARPA relief funds, I am hoping that everyone is being safe and considerate of others. Please be aware of the lower speed limits. Keep an eye on your children and elders, and please report any suspicious activity you may see. We are still one people, and together we can all make this a memorable weekend for all. Remember to vote on Thursday, August 25th for your community officers. Thank you and have a great time. Wopala.
Hello, thank you for watching RST's Channel 93 and stay tuned for more local and tribal content.
Thank you for tuning in to our second night of the Candidates Forum for officers in the community. We'd like to begin this activity with a prayer.
Ya kakasla lista taki ya le waiting him kakasla ya upla ita wa good ya tak kanta kai kakasla toda mi wo ki leli is taken kakasla uta ya na kakake woite unique and I was always told on the wo on Esta celesta que casela oyo amitake.
Thank you.
Say the prayer for the food chief.
As I mentioned before, we have a candidates forum here, and we do have a candidate that's here in-house, and she will be running for the school board at St. Francis. And we'd like to, we'd like to welcome everybody for coming in. And tonight's was designated to be the outlying communities. And a little bit later, we'll go with announcing who the candidates for those areas are. But we will have the presentation by the candidate for the school board, Norma. Would you, to begin in this forum, you will provide your name, what your candidacy is, and what qualifies you to run for that office, and what your education, knowledge, and experience, and what the code of values that you possess that would allow you to run for that office, or what are the qualifications that you bring to that office. That's the first question that we'll have, and then we'll go on to the two other questions after you finish that, but to give you an opportunity to provide some information to the voting community. So, please start.
My name is Narmajeen Leroy. Tehila piwe machiapi. Chante naped on chuspape. I originally came from Spring Creek. Mitrati Oshperi ki kills insight Wambly money na Leroy. I come from a strong bloodline of family. I am running for the St. Francis Indian School Board. I have 4 children attending the SFIS. I am a fluent Lakota speaker. I am the granddaughter of Madeline Kizensite and Norma Jean Eastman Leroy. The candidacy and position I'm applying for is SFIS School Board. I'm a fluent Lakota speaker. And children attend this school at all levels, elementary, lower, upper, middle, high school, 13 years employed with the Rosebud Sioux tribe. So I'm committed to this position. I previously worked as a para-educator for the SFIS for 3 years. I am alumni of SFIS and family are alumni. What qualifies me for this seat is I just want to make a change in this school. And want to give a backbone to the parents and students. In my education, I graduated from St. Francis Indian School in 2003. And I have a lot of knowledge at this school because I'm a involving parent. I'm probably at that school almost every day. And I grew up around Lakota, so I understand, I could speak it. That's pretty much all that I have for that one. That's pretty much everything that I have.
Okay, the added questions that we have in there is, what significant issue that you would like to address when you get on the school board? And how would you address that issue? What do you think is the most important thing to look at?
One significant issue in the community would be more parent involvement, more parent education, support in helping parent give their children a good education, to be a positive in drug and alcohol role models for their kids. It would be that I would want to be by offering support and incentives so the children can continue school. More healthy eating choices, transparency with funding, incentives to encourage your year-long enrollment, encourage parent involvement, communication between staff and parents, improve the overall quality of education for students beginning in elementary and special education.
Yeah. Covering those issues, then as a closing remarks of what you would like to do, why should the people vote for you?
The people should vote for me because I want the best for their children and the parents and staff. I'm here to help support parents and students. I'm the voice for both parents, students, and staff.
Thank you for your presentation and interest in running for the school board at St. Francis Indian School. And as we move along here, this is the only candidate that we have that has come in to present at this forum, and we thank you for taking the time out of your day to come in and express your interest in running for this position. So thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
As I mentioned before, that, the forum was open for various candidates to come in. And this is for 2 school board members for St. Francis Indian School, and it is for 2-year terms. And in order to acquaint you with the candidates who are running for office, I will read the names of the individuals who are certified candidates for that position. Those two board members. The first one of the candidates is Sean Bordeaux, Norma J. Leroy, who is here to provide the presentation, Keith Horselooking Sr., Wendy Blacktail Deer, Calvin Hawkeye Wan Jr., Robert Oliver, Georgia Kills in Water, Randy Leader Charge, Sharon Swift, Bernadine Kills Plenty. And as a reminder, these candidates will be running in the election on August 25th, 2022. And they will be running in conjunction with the community officer candidates in each of the community centers. So that provides you with a listing of the candidates. It's also of interest that you be aware of the different candidates that are running for different positions, and I will read the names of the candidates that are running for different offices in the communities. For the Black Pipe community, for the president, we have Gerald Eaglebear that is running for office. For the Bull Creek community, for president, we have Ted Eaglestar. Vice President, Scott Harson. For treasurer, Wilma Robertson. Butte Creek. Running for Butte Creek Community President is Evestine Cowboy Wright. And for the treasurer, there's no listed candidate in that area. For the Carn Creek area, for the treasurer, we have Alberta O. Lodge. Grass Mountain, the candidates for president are Terry Stone, Valencia Beth Sissy Red Hawk Guru, Rita Means. For vice president, Nicole Stone, Doris Farmer. For the secretary's position, Barbara McCloskey. And for treasurer, Stanley Rogers. For the Hedog community, the candidates are for president, Viola Wan, Rondell J. Whipple. For vice president, Sherry Lafferty. Horse Creek community, the candidates are Rachel Antwine, Paul Hawkus, and Wilma Janice. For vice president. Ideal community, for the presidential office, Rachel Andrews, Ron Hyrock Jr. For vice president, the candidate is Yvette Ironheart. Melks Camp community, the president is the candidate for the president is Charles Bullbear. The treasurer is Sherman Jim Marshall II. Oak Creek community, the candidates for president are Cecilia Fasthorse, Melanie Nightpipe, Vice President Danny Grant Jr., Ring Thunder, the president, Angel Eagle Cloud, Vice President Jennifer Sierra, Marjorie Lunderman. For secretary, the candidate is Summer Valandra. For treasurer, Rain K. Eagle Cloud, and Twyla Moran. The candidates in the Soldier Creek community for president are Tamalon Wilcox, Calvin Jones III, Rhonda Blacklands. For vice president, Timothy Blacklands. Secretary, Laney Eaglepipe. The treasurer candidate is Tennille Burning Breast. For Spring Creek Community, the candidates for president are Verlin C. Walking Eagle and Carlene R. Marshall. Swift Bear Community, the candidates are for vice president Josephine M. Ryan, Zizi Wee, Karine D. Nightpipe. For secretary Skylar Krogman, treasurer Cassandra Bearheels. Two Strike Community, for president Edward One Star Senior, for vice president Ida Marshall.
Okay, hold on. That's right. Let's just start standing. Hey, she's got it done. I better get it done.
Yep, we're ready. We're good.
All right.
Hi, Clay.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope I won't put you all to sleep after that good lunch we just had, but some brief highlights from the report this year or this month. We're really focusing the month of August on preparing our operational plans for the next fiscal year. Obviously starts October 1st. So we will be having our annual operations plan that will be coming out. We'll share that with you all once it's approved by the Redco board, Sicanguco board, excuse me, which will be done at the second meeting in September. Looking at that, big highlights, we're working on that. One, it's awesome to see that the tribe was awarded the 48 million on the broadband, be working with Santi and his office on preparing to be able to handle the internet service provider function for that once it is up and operational, and whatever long it takes, like 12 to 18 months. So we'll be working on that. I'm also really glad to see that the first reading of the medical cannabis ordinance is coming to this body soon. Was really waiting on that to jumpstart our prep on that, but once I've been working with a bank to get a account, they need that open first, but now that that process is documented, they can see we can get started, and there's been in touch with some consultants, and I think we can move very quickly on that now that it's up and running, or you're going to be read and brought into law. And then on that, and another thing, we're, the school is going to be starting its new year here, or has started its new year already. Pretty happy about that. Added second grade this year. Got their new building opened up. Really looking forward to the continued success with that. We did officially get our the state small business credit application put in. From what I was told, we were the 10th tribe to get.
Hi, Clay, thank you for coming. I want to, before you keep going on and on, I wanted to go back to your medical cannabis. In your report, it says, hold until further action is taken to legalize the possession and use of cannabis for medical use. That's on your, that's on a consultant to assess the feasibility. On that one there.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is, how is the consultant supposed to assess the feasibility if we put it on hold because you guys are waiting for law to pass?
It's more of they wanted to start billing us, I guess, to start working on it. And all the big questions they had, well, what's the law going to look like? What does it look like? And didn't really have a draft of anything to look at, looked at some examples that they were doing, but I didn't want to start paying somebody just to not be able to produce work for us if they didn't, couldn't start answering the basic questions first.
So, Councilman Fredericks, you do sit on the Redco board, right?
Right.
Has there been any kind of draft that was presented to the Redco board to show what you guys are bringing forward, to maybe get some idea from them on if they had heard anything from other tribes on what they're doing, maybe laws that they're utilizing?
The last 4 weeks, the AG and the in-house attorney have been changing the draft. So we don't have a draft until they get to Redco.
And how long has the AG been working on this draft?
They've had almost 4 weeks to review it, both in-house and AG.
Okay. So with that, has, I guess, whoever you're talking with as far as consulting or whatever, have they made any kind of suggestions on what other places are, what they have in place or anything?
They have them, but they're not willing to share until we start paying them. And again, I didn't want to start paying them for a few extra months if we didn't, have this to work off of.
It would be good to bring them aboard and to help with this
Yeah.
situation, because looking at how we do, how things are going with this, it's like we're just starting. Everybody else is already well into this and we're just not starting. So I think we need to kind of speed it up a little bit and start looking at what we need to, what are some pros and cons to it that have been happening.
No, absolutely, Pam.
So I think that it'd be good, instead of keeping it on hold and waiting for legislation to pass, I think you should bring them on and have them present, because we do have Councilman Fredericks and Councilwoman Whitepipe on there who can assist with bringing those forward to the council to review as to what you guys have seen.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I did get that draft legislation last week after meeting with economic development. And yeah, that's exactly what we're doing now. Since we have that, start moving forward. We're not going to wait until it's in law before we start moving forward. Just wanted to see the draft and what we're working with. Obviously, that might change a little bit over next month, but at least we have a solid, draft to start with and to work off from there. So.
You already on your small business? Did you ask your small business part of your report?
The State Small Business Credit Initiative, and that's what I was just getting to. So that has officially been, our application has been submitted with Treasury and accepted. I guess we were the 10th tribe to get it fully submitted. So I think the turnaround time will be pretty quick on that. It's our allocation, tribe's allocation is $7.9 million. That will come in 3 different tranches. So now we're, we put a good outline of how we're going to do it. We're going to work with local credit unions and banks to do buy participations into loans with that they make to tribal members or tribally owned businesses. Give them much more incentive to do it, and we'll work that to get it through Tatanka funds to be able to help Tatanka funds get their lending history up. But our first allocation, I don't have a date on when that should be, but should hopefully be by the end of the calendar year, and then we can start getting that money out. They have yet to give us an amount, of what can be used for like technical assistance for tribal members and, starting their own businesses, but there will be some for that. And as I said before, a certain percent, I think 5% of it has to go to very small businesses. That means loans like, under like $5,000 to $10,000. So we're really excited about getting that out, working with Tatanka funds to help get that out to the community. So.
Sorry, Chairman.
What, Pat?
So is that what your statement means? If funded, this project will provide key funding for business development? That's what you're talking about, is that it's coming from the state that's going to fund you, right?
Yeah, it's coming from the U.S. Treasury. So it's the program. They did it with the states, I think in like 2008 or 2012. It's called the same thing, State Small Business Credit Initiative. South Dakota got an allocation, so they basically copied that. The Treasury's been working on adjusting it so it'll work for tribes. Like one of the key things when it was just with the states was that a state-owned business couldn't do it. Well, every tribe was like, well, that can't work. You know, we all own businesses and they like our businesses to be eligible. So, you know, changes like that were made to it, and it's taken them a lot longer, I think, than they realized how to get it out. But again, we've been working on it, keeping in close contact with them, fully submitted, hopefully get an answer on, get our approval, I would say, on our plan here in the next week or so, and then we can work to get, you know, start getting that funding and then make sure we get that money out. But pretty excited about it. And then after 10 years, I mean, all the interest and whatnot, we get the tribe gets to keep all that. So our long-term plan is to, again, try to keep that through Tatanka funds so we can keep that fund going and just, you know, constantly have this pool of money that we can, you know, use to lend money to the tribe's businesses or tribal member-owned businesses. I guess hopefully some of the things we can use that on, other things, you know, Keowak-Paula, we'll be having the groundbreaking on the first home and the road here sometime in the next 45 days, get those built out, have that first house done by spring, and then quickly get our next 10 built out. Also looking at, you know, other options to build out the retail around the Turtle Creek store right now to add some additional locations, be able to lease out. The first one will be a business incubator that you'll be here to support local entrepreneurs with training, technical assistance as well. But that's, you know, if we can utilize SSBCI with that, we will, but that we also have a plan just to operate that on its own.
Hey, Clay, go ahead and continue. Thank you.
Okay. Those are for the highlights, about all I have, unless there's any other additional questions. Again, next month will be, you know, have much more detail on our operating plan for going into the next fiscal year, be able to show that, give more progress on obviously the cannabis, because that's going to be ramping, you know, moving really fast. We will create the, you know, the entity or entities that we will need to do that. Assuming we create more than one, if we're going to be doing the growing, distributing, and dispensary part of it, just to keep them separate. But
Any more questions for Clay? Go ahead, Pam.
Your Rosebud Construction, Rosebud Construction Incorporated, that there talks about you guys have started, you broke ground for the triplex project for IHS. Now on that, are we gonna run into any problems as what we did with prior with their heating and cooling system?
I would not on the heating and cooling system. The issues like you're talking about with on the hospital with IHS, those ones were bad. A much more complex system. The triplex is basically a larger house, so a much more simpler program. You know, we continue to work with the IHS. I'll say on that, a lot of the, you know, they like to work off bids that are extremely outdated. So we constantly fight with them on what the cost of materials is. Obviously, in the last year, you know, bids from most commercial contractors were only good for a week because you didn't know what the price is. So it is kind of difficult when they say, go off this bid from 2021, like that's, you know, 50% less than what it costs now. But, you know, understanding they have a finite pool of resources as well, but, you know, working to get that done. But yeah, we're working on that. There'll be 2 of them. And yeah, excited about it. So.
And then, looking at your staff under that, you have a project engineer and an architect and a project manager with the project superintendent, very high positions. But do you have a inspector, I guess, that's certified to say this work is going properly or watching it through all stages of it?
We use our general manager, or we try to utilize an independent inspector on those things, on projects usually to get that. So
you guys hire independent inspectors?
Yeah.
Where do you find these
I know we have in the past on some of them have used ones from SWA, but either just bid it out throughout the state to try to.
Okay, so what are the chances of the tribe being able to utilize your project engineer and your architect for maybe some future jobs that the tribe needs, for projects?
Yeah, absolutely. So whoever we need to talk to, sit down and discuss, we can absolutely do that.
Okay.
I think that was kind of the dream or whatever of, RCI to be able to handle all of the tribe's needs on things like that, to keep it all in-house, keep the money flowing through our own entities. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just like to see, us being able to say we want to pull your architect to draft something for us for a certain kind of building, what we're looking at and whatnot, go from there on, but not actually utilizing RCI construction to do the work, just utilizing the services of the architect and engineer.
Yeah, that's something that we've kind of focused on, because that is, I don't know if I want to say easier, but a service that we have the expertise to provide, and obviously with limited staff of what we have, we can only take on so many projects. A lot of the stuff at IHS has our crews busy, but we could take on additional design work like that at a much easier than doing the.
You guys paying them, right?
What's that?
So with you guys paying them.
Yep.
Jordan?
Hey Clay, I just wanted to make you aware of in economic and development also, we made a motion to have Rosebud Facilities Management start taking care of the stadium sports building. So like mowing it and the weeds and things like that. So just so you're aware that start maybe getting it mowed and stuff, because it looks pretty bad right now. Okay.
Great. And thanks for mentioning that. Yeah, our facilities management team continues to grow and be able to offer those services. So hope we can partner with the tribe and other tribal departments or agencies on that in the future. So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Pam?
Last month I had a discussion or questions for you on the propane. And I did get that email back, but that didn't really answer my question, as in, why is it that, I'm going to use an example. Let's say Fremont, being one of our elders in Horse Creek community, all of a sudden sees the propane truck, but all he has on him is $50. Why is he not allowed to go to that propane truck and ask them to put in $50 worth?
Typically on that, when we schedule it out, most of the times we get out, it's all the fuel is spoken for, and it is kind of hard for the drivers to keep track of that. But let me I'll talk with Travis again to see what more we can do on that. Perhaps maybe we can have a call outside of the council meeting to see what can be done. I think the more organization we could have on that, the better. So I don't know if maybe we could work with the community president or somebody in the community to help with that.
Yeah, because in some instances, the way your schedule is set up, you're only in a certain community on a certain day. And if your money isn't in the evening before or early that morning before the propane truck goes out, then you're not even scheduled for that day. So, our winters here are bad, and I understand that some of our people need to start planning and getting propane inside their tanks, but sometimes it's an oversight.
Mm-hmm.
When you get comfy and knowing that your furnace is working or whatever, so you get into that, and then all of a sudden, boom, you don't have no propane. So I think that really needs to be worked on, and maybe if there's a possibility, because you never show well, I guess you do, kind of do, but like some of the, if you're gaining in propane, you know, with propane sales. I don't know if you guys are gaining, I don't know if it's just enough to cover the salaries or what, but
I mean, on that, it depends by the month, obviously, Ray brought that up last time, that, and typically in the summer months, we do lose money in propane. The winter months have been good. And last winter, especially, this is the first time we've had full staff and all of our trucks working. So they did have a really good year.
how many trucks do you have?
I think we have 4 right now.
You have 4
Yeah,
trucks?
yeah.
Okay, so I guess, I don't know, I just don't see it. I know in your email you did state that it had to do with the price of, or the diesel wasn't covering the cost of having to go back down, or, like if you had to go into Spring Creek. It wasn't covering that cost. So I guess with your other 3 trucks out in other communities, servicing those communities, I just don't see how we can get everybody in a community serviced. I mean, if they can't make it to Mission. Because I do know that there was people that complained about that they said you had to pay for the propane before they would even do a work order for you. But if in all reality, if I called to Valentine, let's say Reese Propane, if I called him and I said, I need 100 gallons, and then he'd give me a price, and I say, okay, I'll have the money when you get here. He'll come down and deliver propane to me, and I just give him the money. But that's not how it works here with Sichungu Propane. You have to actually pay for it first before they'll come and put it in your tank. Do you see where I'm going?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's really putting an inconvenience on our tribal membership. And the whole point of us having this was to help our people, to better accommodate, their needs. Not everyone is a working person. Not everyone has money past first of the month. So there really needs to be something needs to be addressed with those, as far as, getting them membership, some propane.
Okay, let me sit down with Travis, and I'll give you a call, and maybe the 3 of us can sit down face to face and work this, because again, we've been trying to improve, obviously, our service to the Oyate, to all of our tribal members, and again, being fully staffed in all of our trucks lately has helped. So that would be a great time to sit down and look at better ways that we can provide that service.
Are you guys planning to get any more trucks?
Not at the moment, no. I think based what we can do it, but I don't think we're looking at it right now.
Maybe that's something that you should look at, is getting more trucks in, but thank you.
Yep.
Eileen?
Thank you for coming. On the propane, you have 4 trucks that should service the surrounding reservation here. But, like if you order propane that morning, you're not gonna get it, even if they're gonna come out to you. So that needs a change. And if you can, like we talked about sitting down and really figuring out how you can get to these communities and do as much as you can here, you'll get more revenue, because we have Reese, we have Sandhills coming in, and they come in, and there is some country pipe that comes in, but those 2 come and they service a lot of people around here. And the name of the game is to try to get the revenue.
To get the revenue as much as possible for our area. The other thing is to service the people. when I was in Liat, we used to have, one company going around. We have another one that catches the elders when they're out, and they were able to do that. I know the gas prices are really high, but it'll, work out if you, can get the people, get as much service money-wise, the revenue, because by having schedules and they can't go back out, then they're gonna jump to these other companies and they get the revenue. So, things like that, but most of all that they service the people here, because when you're out of propane and they hear a storm coming, then, or a storm hits us, then it's really hard on that individual. So, everyone, even if they do check their tanks and see they're running low, their money doesn't come in until. So, it's hard for them to order ahead of time, or so, all those things have to be looked at. And if you have 4 trucks going, you can service this area. We did it on 2, and that was really a after hours thing going on. So if you could get as much, try to manage it to get as much as you can so that you can get that revenue along with servicing the people. So
Yeah.
when you get that worked out, can you send all of us a email?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, that's obviously what we're trying to balance, on, maintain, keeping be most cost effective as we can, make as much money as we can. Obviously, want to cover our costs on these things. So being able to schedule in advance, does help with that. So we, know exactly how many, customers we're going to have, can bring as much propane as we can, schedule, as many times as we need to. So, we're not perfect at it yet, but we've been, improving every year, and always looking for ways to continue to improve.
One thing about that schedule, and one thing I heard out there, is people sat a whole week without propane because they missed it that day. And they had to wait a whole week because they don't come back out a week. They sat without, and that's what we don't want to see this winter. So that's why I'm saying, see what you can do to manage it, because it did happen before. We did use even 2 trucks to manage, but 4 is going to do it.
Yeah.
5 will be good, but 4 is going to do it.
Yeah.
So that's the main worry, is someone sitting a whole week without.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just don't know exactly what, when that happened, but I know last year and years past, our drivers will, will schedule 2 shifts in a day just to ensure people go out, especially, when we know the weather's, going to be bad or get really cold, just to ensure, nobody's sitting out there without propane. So, our staff I've been really proud of them being able to do that, working really late hours, working nights, weekends, even holidays if they need to, but we'll continue to do that as well.
I know they do, because that need is out there, and if it's not one, it's another that needs it. So, yeah. And so just something that we really would like to see in our email of what you would be doing.
Okay.
So that we don't have to worry about it. We don't want no incidents. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gordon.
So in that, did you bring up that I can't call, if White Horse is on Thursday, I can't call on Monday to place it, I have to call it Wednesday to place it? They're saying, I just got a text that somebody said that you're only allowed to call the day before that, your community.
Pretty sure you can call any day, the cutoff's the day before.
Oh, okay, so I can call on Monday if it's White Horse is on Thursday?
Yes.
Okay, just needed that clarification. And I also just wanted to say thank you for the 7-gen work that was done this summer. I've seen a lot of good comments from our youth that were a part of that. And then the bingo night they had here, there was a lot of good feedback from the elders that participated as well. So I just wanted to thank your guys' program for doing that and allowing our youth to be a part of that, to get that experience and to do those projects in our community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for recognizing that, Jordan. Wanted to bring that up as well. Had our 10 interns. I'm planning on bringing a few of them to the next month's meeting, just to give a report to council on what they did. We have a great relationship with SNETP that allowed that and other things to do that I want to continue working on. Lori's been great to work with us, and I think hopefully that just can continue to grow that relationship to bring more more opportunities like this internship or other jobs here. Just make sure that all of our tribal programs entities are working together.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Any more questions for Clay? Wayne, Russell. Motion to approve?
Yes.
Russell, do you have a question before you approve it?
Yeah. What is, sorry, you are, I'm sure I don't know. Matter. Critical culture and heritage, I apologize to you. But, what is the price of propane now?
That we're selling it per gallon.
Yeah.
I think it's $1.88. Yeah.
And then do we foresee any changes or even reduction in the coming winter months, or is it gonna?
I would assume it's going to go up throughout the winter months. Usually this is the cheapest time now. So,
So what are you doing to prepare for that? Are you
we-
buying it by bulk?
Yep. Yeah.
That-
Yep.
So let's say the price of propane goes up this winter, are you gonna still stay at the same price that you bought it for? Or-
So, yeah, I mean, when the winter months, it starts, selling a lot quicker. But yeah, we buy as much as we can now in the summer at the lower prices in order to keep that. Now that when we do buy it that way, that does sell pretty quick, or, sells out, I don't know, before the end of the year, probably November, whatnot. Then we're, paying at market prices. But yeah, with this price we keep here, we're able to keep the prices lower until we have to start buying it at the higher prices.
And I guess, when we see the financials, it's very vague. This stuff here. One of the things I asked for last administration, was I kind of want a breakdown of your, all the top 8 employees of your program and kind of give me a copy of what you guys make.
Okay.
And it's been over 20 years now.
Okay. I'll give you a call on that.
Give me a copy. I'm not trying to use it on a political level yet. I just want to see where you're at.
Okay.
Financial. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Got a motion by Wayne to approve Shichungu Co's report. Second by Jordan. Question by Tennille. All in favor? Online, Stan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried. Thank you, Clay.
Thank you, everybody.
Pam, do you have a question?
Yeah, Chairman, I can't remember what Clay had replied with last time, but, Councilwoman White Pipe had requested their financial audit. I think he was supposed to find out when that was gonna be done, or he was thinking it was gonna be done this month. I can't remember what. But I remember she did bring it up at our last meeting with him that he needed to work on that financial report.
But they wanted to have an update on the audit.
Oh, so, continue to work on it. We got some more, outside contract. John Wan, who just worked with us to help on it. We will have it here in the next couple of weeks since it's been slow. We did have an issue with the report that we had. We just found it out, but numbers were matched up. It was just the way we were filling the report on it. We got it figured out. Maria, her office been working on it diligently and brought in outside contract competition.
So if it's going to be done in the next couple of weeks, can we have Clay bring that to us at our September regular monthly meeting? Instead of waiting till the regular scheduled Redco meeting on the third week of the month? To have it on the regular scheduled council day?
Okay.
We'll make that a motion, or?
I could probably put him on for, Are you available on the 15th, on a Thursday?
Let me double check.
Okay.
No, you gotta be here. You're told to be here, so you gotta be here.
Council Rep, I am working with Phoebe in their finance department, and as soon as their audit is complete, I can forward to the rest of the council for further review, and that will determine if we get a dividend from Redco for the fiscal year 2020, and they're working on fiscal year 21 audit also.
Yeah, so it's done with the Steve, first one to get it. So.
Okay.
We got 3 resolutions that we were gonna do. Council, we have 3 resolutions that we need to get done today, and if there's any more after that, we can continue with the regular agenda if you guys wish to do that. But we had a clothing order resolution that came from ARPA with some amendments. I think we need to deal with that first, and we have a general operations resolution that needed for their windows. And I think Tocala Nagio program had a resolution for approval. That was for burial. This one right here is the clothing order one. So this one probably you need to pick back up.
Thought we did the burial.
Yeah. Yeah, pick that one back up. But this is the.
Hey, secretary.
No, it's not. Spelled that off the wrong one. 311.
Yeah,
You still have to bring this up.
Well, that needs that.
Still need it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll do that one too then. Janelle, is that what you was gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if we could amend the date on that.
Okay. Here's the school. They still want to deal with it, so. This is that school clothing order.
I'll motion. I'll motion. So there's this one, here you go. Oh, just lick it. Motion to amend resolution 22-235.
Motion to reconsider and amend 22-235. Need a second, Ray?
Okay, the 7th whereas is where there was some changes made. Whereas the RST ARPA committee has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopt and approve $500 clothing orders for 1, any enrolled Rosebud Sioux Tribal member child from birth to 4 years, and 2, number 2, I should say, tribal members enrolled in school from Head Start to 12th grade high school, not otherwise eligible for the adult economic assistance of $1,500 payment on and off reservation. And then the therefore be it resolved just reiterates the number 1 requirement of any enrolled Rosebud Sioux tribal member. Any enrolled Rosebud Sioux tribal enrolled child birth to 4 years, and number 2, tribal members enrolled in school from Head Start to 12th grade high school, not otherwise eligible for adult economic assistance, $1,500 payment. The source of funding is ARPA funds for a total amount not to exceed $10 million for a 3-year period to be administered by RST Education Office.
Okay. Quite a discussion on the clothing order today, so I think they took it back to the committee and they clarified it and brought it back today, so.
Yep.
Any questions or discussion? Now we'll get a question. Wayne. Question by Wayne. All in favor? Online, Stan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried.
Brian, I need that one for Anderson Windows.
Wayne, did you have a question? Go ahead.
To the treasurer, Stephen, do we have a little bit of a room in the council youth donation line item? I just remembered, last night at the youth coordination for the youth rodeo, they're wondering if we could get some extra money, to help with the donation for fruit, watermelons, and fruit trays for the kids. Because they only have a meal for hot dogs and hamburgers at noon, but they wanted to have some fruit trays for the kids throughout the day.
Let me pull the budget quickly, okay?
And they want to do a watermelon race, tomorrow.
Chairman, I'll motion to, out of the youth donation line item, to give the, youth rodeo for food, amount of 2,500.
I would think 500 probably would even cover it. Because they got a main meal, but they wanted to just have fruit trays for breakfast and then watermelon races during the day.
I'll move to do $500 to the youth rodeo for their.
There's a motion on the floor. A second. Ray. Question by Jordan. All in favor? Online, Stan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. Okay, the next
Motion for emergency legislation.
motion by Pam for emergency legislation. Need a second. Jordan? Question by Wayne. What's the number, Secretary?
248.
248. All in favor? All in
For
favor?
those windows. For the tribal building.
Okay. Online, Stan, emergency?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting?
Motion to approve resolution 22-248.
Need a second. Ray, go ahead.
I'll start with the 8th whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended the RST Tribal Council approve the purchase of materials and service for the installation of 21 windows at the RST Tribal Office by renewal by Anderson in the amount of $65,414. Whereas nothing in the purchase agreement or other documents associated with the completion of the purchase from renewal by Anderson shall constitute a waiver or abrogation of tribal sovereign immunity or statutory immunity. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council agrees to and adopts the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee to approve the purchase of materials and service for the installation of 21 windows at the RST Tribal Office by renewal by Anderson in the amount of $65,414 on a sole source basis.
Discussion. Question. Neil. All in favor? Online, Stan?
They're soundproof.
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting. Motion carried.
I don't know what this one for the, burial, I don't know what needs to be amended on there. I don't know which committee it went to for,
The other one is, I'm not sure what it is either.
because the last time I read this in, that's when we added that if billing is not paid in full. Remember, we added that in there on that part, and I think the headstones, I believe.
Tennille?
Yeah. I think it was just,
Thank you. I would like to see this, have the date go back and to the beginning of the pandemic, because we lost all those tribal members, and
we did.
a lot of them are having the memorials and stuff now, and they're trying to get the headstones, but so I have one family member and
We already
their
amended this.
relative passed away in September, so they don't
We
qualify.
amended this
They
a
were trying to
while
get him a
back.
headstone. And I just think that we should honor our people by allowing that date to go back so that they can get headstones. Thank you.
Eileen, you're the committee chair, so what do you know about it?
Council meetings, because she needed it.
We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out and see if that's allowable because of that pandemic was the CARES and now this is the ARPA. Are we able to bring that money into that far back? I think that's a question we need to find out for sure. And, yeah, that was on that $1 million. And yeah. 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 Yeah, we'll have to find that out on the allowable cost of it.
The date.
I mean, what allowable cost on those?
She wanted it to go further back to when the pandemic started, but, we don't know, we need to,
For what? Well,
We-
Russell did that motion when we were still under CARES and Brenda was handling those, remember that? Remember we put money aside out of the CARES dollars to handle them headstones, and then when ARPA came, then we kind of like refunded it or whatever for those.
That's how I thought it worked too. Russell,
Yeah, so.
go ahead.
Yeah, I think, CARES was really restrictive, but we got it passed and went through. ARPA fund is less restrictive, and so I think it's just that carryover. But in terms of the language there, it started from December, I can't read that. December 31st, 2021. And that's where the hangup is. They're using that number, I have that resolution in front of me, but it's just a matter of, well, they used the term beginning October 1st, 2021, so anything prior to that, they're not recognizing it. You see the language in there?
Yeah.
And I think it should seriously go back to the beginning of the pandemic. And we are still in the pandemic, you know? So I don't see what,
Clarification from Jim to be sure that.
no, but you already allocated the
Yeah.
$1 million.
I mean, that's 21. But when did the pandemic?
Call them.
It's the pandemic still still active.
And I'm saying, yeah, it's all good, but we gotta get verification.
We've already
As we
allocated the
sit
money
here, it's good.
and it should be carrying over.
What is actual, we're amending in it, Eileen? What's being amended?
What was that, Ray?
Per burial, if billing is not paid.
That's the only part,
For Wilma?
15 per burial if billing is not paid in full. That's what's being amended. So
I
you
thought
want
I
to
had-
put a different date in there, Russell, for, as far as go back for headstones?
Yeah, actually, just go back to the beginning of the pandemic.
Okay.
And we are still in a state of pandemic right now. You know, look at our travel building. We can't even open up to general public.
Okay.
So to
Chairman.
me,
I'm sorry, Russell. You know, I don't think this here has to do with the burial. That's how this originally started, was the burial of that $1 million. Now, there was a different resolution that was passed specifically for the headstones themselves. And that was in 21. That's where we said we were gonna take care of the people who passed from COVID. We were gonna take care of their headstones. But somehow that verbiage got into this resolution, and so now it's in this resolution, but it should never have been in here. It should have stayed with that other, the original resolution that was passed. The only correction that needs to be done on this one is that bold print on there that says if billing is not paid in full.
Okay, that, you're only going to accept that amendment.
Yeah.
Any more discussion?
how does that verify the previous issue here?
See, that's why I said there's a resolution that's already in place for them headstones. Madam Secretary, can you find that resolution?
Talking about the amendment at the 1,500 per burial, how is that, what was it stated before, I guess? How does it correct the problem?
Okay, so remember we passed this resolution from the 15, we're gonna go from 15 to 3,800, correct? Are we all on the same page on that part?
This particular resolution, he's the one that took it back and made the amendments.
We've amended this like 3 times.
In it, we also included the 2000 COVID-related death beginning and patches on October 1, 2000. It should go back to the original.
To March.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying there was an original resolution. And I don't know why she included this 2,000 into this unless she's taking that 2,000 from this million. So I guess the 2 amendments would be if billing is not paid in full and changing that COVID-related deaths beginning on, and then that will go back to probably March of 21, or when was the pandemic? 2020? Was it 19?
20.
19, 20, anybody?
20.
Let's take a vote. Yeah, just kidding. All right, so then that'll be the amendment. It'll be from March, whatever, whenever they declared that state of emergency due to the pandemic here. I think it was March 14th or 19th, something like that of 2020.
All right. With
Those are the
amendments,
2 corrections.
2 corrections, 2 amendments. Any more discussion? Need a question? Tennille, all in favor?
Aye.
Online, Stan?
Oh.
Donna? Yes. Opposed? Not voting. Carried.
Thank you, council.
Got one more for, the boarding school resolution for the call centers.
Do you want me to read it in or?
I need you to bring it on as emergency legislation.
That's a lot of reading. Somebody else can make it on.
We already did it. Ivy, can you bring us on, please? Motion for emergency legislation. The number is 249. Need a second? Tennille, question by Vanessa. All in favor? Online, Stan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion to approve?
Should I go fifth whereas?
Second by Ray. Go ahead.
Whereas
second.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe and other tribes have been affected by the Indian boarding school policies and removal of the children from their families and placed in federal and religious-based boarding schools in an attempt to kill the Indian, save the man, whereby strip the Lakota culture and identity from them. And whereas the people of the Rosebud Sioux tribe remembers our relatives who were forced to attend boarding schools in places like Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and many other schools throughout this country where the goal was to rob us of our culture and our identity. And whereas this program of assimilation has negatively impacted millions of Native families in horrific and violent ways, which result in the intergenerational grief, psychological, physical trauma, and severe disruption of a way of life whose effects are felt by our people even to this day. And whereas the Sioux Youth Council Tokala mentors have advocated tirelessly since 2015 for the return of our relatives from Carlisle Industrial Indian School. And whereas the actions of the Sioux Youth Council Tokala mentors have brought the tragic history of the boarding schools to the national consequence and received the support of many people, including Senator Mike Rounds and the Secretary of the Interior Deb Holland. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council passed a resolution supporting the Sioux Youth Council Tokala mentors' continued efforts with reprobating other Sioux relatives to support them as they commence all efforts on their new initiative on truth, healing, and cultural reclamation. And whereas as part of the cultural reclamation of Sioux Youth Council, Tokala mentors strongly oppose the recent gifting of a wapaha headdress to Pope Francis in Canada, and urges the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to join other tribes to formally oppose this act and to publicly object this via press release on behalf of the Sioux people. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe is also argued to address the doctrine of discovery, which became part of U.S. federal law in 1823, and called the elimination of its presence from policy, programs, theologies, and structures as it has been identified as socially unjust, racist, and in violation of basic and fundamental human rights by the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council stands in solidarity with the Sioux Youth Council Tokala Inagio mentors and passes this resolution supporting the U.S. Senate Bill S-2907 to establish a new Truth and Healing Commission on the Indian boarding school policy in the United States. to publicly oppose the recent gifting of a wapa to Pope Francis and to address and act on reconvocation of the doctrine of discovery now. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby authorizes and joining this letter of support for congressional efforts to urge passage of legislation approving the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding Schools Policies and Practices Act and subsequent recommendation to hold the federal government accountable for to heal and historical intergenerational trauma inflicted by the Indian boarding school policies and procedures. In addition, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby authorized issuing a public statement formally opposing the recent gift of the Wapaha to Pope Francis and addressing the doctrine of discovery.
Any discussion? Now we got a question? Question by Russell. All in favor? Online, Stan?
Oh.
Donna?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting?
Who did the question?
Russell.
Oh, okay.
Okay, is there anything else? I know some of you wanted to quit after these resolutions, so. Martha?
Good afternoon, Council Administration. We need to address, there was a resolution out there for these 18-year-olds to get this 1,500. We need to get that straightened out because I'm getting a lot of phone calls and I even got approached, verbally attacked. So we need to get that straightened out and give these 18-year-olds, their 1,500.
Russell, did you guys address that in your meeting yesterday?
Yes, we did have a ARPA meeting yesterday that went on and carried on for over 4 hours. But we got assurances from the ARPA office that they're gonna process all the 18-year-olds starting today. So that's gonna be addressed.
Okay. All right, thank you. Eileen?
I have a situation that I wanted to bring up, but I need to go off air again because it's not matter. If I can.
Okay,
Thank you for tuning into our second night of the Candidates Forum for officers in the community. We'd like to begin this activity with a prayer.
Ya kakasla lista tuki ya le waiting him kakasla ya upla ita wa good ya tak kanta kai kakasla toda mi woki leli inis yüksekene kakasla uta ya na kakake woite unique and I was very told on the woki on Esta celesta que casela hoyo amitake.
Thank you.
Say a prayer for the food chief.
As I mentioned before, we have a candidates forum here, and we do have a candidate that's here in-house, and she will be running for the school board at St. Francis. And we'd like to, we'd like to welcome everybody for coming in. And tonight's was designated to be the outlying communities. And a little bit later, we'll go with announcing who the candidates for those areas are. But we will have the presentation by the candidate for the school board. Norma, would you, to begin in this forum, you will provide your name, what your candidacy is, and what qualifies you to run for that office, and what your education, knowledge, and experience, and what the code of values that you possess that would allow you to run for that office, or what are the qualifications that you bring to that office? That's the first question that we'll have, and then we'll go on to the two other questions after you finish that, but to give you an opportunity to provide some information to the voting community. So please start.
My name is Narma Jean Leroy. Techilapi we machiapi. Chante naped on chuspape. I originally came from Spring Creek. Mitrati oshpari. Ki kills inside Wambly money na Leroy. I come from a strong bloodline of family. I am running for the St. Francis Indian School Board. I have 4 children attending the SFIS. I am a fluent Lakota speaker. I am the granddaughter of Madeline Kilsensight and Norma Jean Eastman Leroy. The candidacy and position I'm applying for is SFIS School Board. I'm a fluent Lakota speaker. And children attend this school at all levels, elementary, lower, upper, middle, high school, 13 years employed with the Rosebud Sioux tribe, so I'm committed to this position. I previously worked as a para-educator for the SFIS for 3 years. I am alumni of SFIS and family are alumni. What qualifies me for this seat is I just want to make a change in this school. And I want to give a backbone to the parents and students. In my education, I graduated from St. Francis Indian School in 2003. And I have a lot of knowledge at this school because I'm a involving parent. I'm probably at that school almost every day. And I grew up around Lakota, so I understand, I could speak it. That's pretty much all that I have for that one. That's pretty much everything that I have.
Okay, the added questions that we have in there is, what significant issue that you would like to address when you get on the school board? And how would you address that issue? What do you think is the most important thing to look at?
One significant issue in the community would be more parent involvement, more parent education, support in helping parent give their children a good education, to be a positive in drug and alcohol role models for their kids. It would be that I would want to be by offering support and incentives so the children can continue school. More healthy eating choices, transparency with funding, incentives to encourage your year-long enrollment, encourage parent involvement, communication between staff and parents, improve the overall quality of education for students beginning in elementary and special education.
Yeah. Covering those issues, then as a closing remarks of what you would like to do, why should the people vote for you?
The people should vote for me because I want the best for their children and the parents and staff. I'm here to help support parents and students. I'm the voice for both parents, students, and staff.
Thank you for your presentation and interest in running for the school board at St. Francis Indian School. And as we move along here, this is the only candidate that we have that is coming to present at this forum, and we thank you for taking the time out of your day to come in and express your interest in running for this position. So thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
As we mentioned before, that the forum was open for various candidates to come in, and this is for 2 school board members for St. Francis Indian School, and it is for 2-year terms. And in order to acquaint you with the candidates who are running for office, I will read the names of the individuals who are certified candidates for that position. Those two board members. The first one of the candidates is Sean Bordeaux, Norma J. Leroy, who is here to provide the presentation, Keith Horselooking Sr., Wendy Blacktail Deer, Calvin Hawkeye Wan Jr., Robert Oliver, Georgia Kills in Water, Randy Leader Charge, Sharon Swift, Bernadine Kills Plenty. And as a reminder, these candidates will be running in the election on August 25th, 2022. And they will be running in conjunction with the community officer candidates in each of the community centers. So that provides you with a listing of the candidates. It's also of interest that you be aware of the different candidates that are running for different positions, and I will read the names of the candidates that are running for different offices in the communities. For the Black Pipe community, for the president, we have Gerald Eaglebear that is running for office. For the Bull Creek community, for president, we have Ted Eaglestar. Vice President, Scott Harson. For treasurer, Wilma Robertson. Butte Creek. Running for Butte Creek Community President is Evestine Cowboy Wright. And for the treasurer, there's no listed candidate in that area. For the Corn Creek area, for the treasurer, we have Alberta O. Lodge. Grass Mountain, the candidates for president are Terry Stone,